Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving. As we step into the first week of December, our first few days of December, happy Hanukkah to all of our friends. We celebrate the Festival of Lights from 28 November to 6 December. What an exciting time. And while we're celebrating Festival of Lights, I certainly want to draw attention and bring everyone's mind's eye to why we shine a light. It's a nationwide effort and initiative to address the rising anti-Semitism. So that's also taking place during this week. With that, Chair calls this meeting to order and recognize Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor Davis and Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel.
Second.
I've got a motion from the Commissioner from the 8th, a second from the 9th. Voting.
Mr. Dennis Williams. That motion carries with Mr. Mason and Mr. Franham out.
All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. If everyone could take your seats, cease all conversations. Okay. Chair recognizes General Counsel Brown.
Mayor, Commissioners, we would like to request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
The Mayor Pro Tem has motioned, and the second from the Commissioner from the first. Voting.
Wait, no, Ms. Fran.
Ms. Scott is out.
Okay, go ahead. That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes General Counsel Brown for the reading of a motion.
Mayor Davis, Commissioners, we would like to request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Willie Mae Jones and Freddie Jones as claimant in the aggregate amount of $500,000 payable as follows. Willie Mae Jones and Freddie Jones and Mike Hoskolo firm as their attorney, and to further authorize the administrator to disperse said amount, waiving Augusta Code of ordinances and sections in conflict therewith for this instance only and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the first.
Second.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
We request a motion to approve the transfer to the Augusta, Georgia Land Bank, real property located at 1408 Jones Street, Augusta, Georgia, by quitclaim deed with conditions that there shall be no curb cut and a no-bill clause on regarding said subject property, and that the land bank will provide for the closing under the guidance of the Augusta Law Department.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the eighth.
Motion to approve.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
There are no further motions, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. The chair will entertain a motion to amend the current commission meeting schedule and that December the 7th be the final meeting for this Augusta Commission, and that all agenda items scheduled for December 14th and 21st be moved to the December 7th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
And this is, if I may, Mayor?
Chair
and,
recognizes General
As
Counsel.
a part of your motion, you are adding and approving this to the agenda.
That is correct. All right. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. I believe that's all the business before us for our special call meeting, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
And now I'll turn it back over to you for committee meetings.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call public services to order. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. If there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following agenda items. I'm good. Yeah, it's just, you see how the other is good. All right. Agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 9. Number 10. Number 11. And number 12. That's agenda item number 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. If there's no questions, can I get a motion approved from that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote, committee.
It's unanimous.
All right. Ms. Bonner, if we could start at agenda item number 1.
Yes, sir. Ms. Walton?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Our first item today is a new location, alcohol number 21-36. It's a request by Asim Mohammed Abdul for a retail packaged beer and wine license to be used in connection with Texaco Food Mart located at 601 Bransford Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Mr. Mahan, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asim Mohammad Abdul, and my address is 2943 Cedar Brook Drive, Decatur, Georgia, 30033.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote, committee.
It's
All right,
unanimous.
thank you so much.
Our next item is a new location, alcohol number 21-37, a request by Theodosius Estrada for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Mia Rancho 2 LLC, located at 3626 Walton Way Extension, Suite 600. There will be Sunday sales. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Mr. Estrada, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. This is Teodosio Estrada. My address 206B West Drive, North Augusta, South Carolina, 29841.
All right, thank you so much. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote, committee. Who's left? You voted? Did you vote?
Oh. I thought I did. There we go. Thank you.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Our next item is an existing location. It's alcohol number 21-38, a request by D. Wayne West III for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with the Sheraton Augusta Hotel located at 1069 Stevens Creek Road. There will be dance, there will be Sunday sales. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted.
Hi, my name is Elisa Whitlow. Location, address is 3536 Richmond Hill Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30906.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote, committee members.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Agenda item number 4, please.
This is a discussion. It's a request by the Planning and Development Department to renew the existing alcohol license in the city of Augusta. There will be Sunday sales, there will be dance, there will be arcades. This was approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
So we just need a motion to approve?
Yes.
Got a motion. Can I get a second?
Oh, did I hear him say- second?
Got a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and vote, committee members. Guess we could have done number 5 too, but.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 5, please.
If they want it.
It's a discussion approved by resolution, the designation of one Sunday during the calendar year of 2022 that bars can be open as provided in the Augusta Alcohol Ordinance. This is Super Bowl Sunday, February 13th, 2022.
And Ms. Walton, this is past practice, correct? That we've
Yes,
been
sir.
doing this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve. Do we do it for the NBA finals too?
No.
Football? No.
Can second. They're on Monday night. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Please vote, committee members.
We do it for WrestleMania.
That's Masters Week. Unfortunately.
It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner, if we can go to number 7, please.
Item number 7, Mr. Dan Scott, seeking assistance relative to closing of Shoppers Stop Inconvenience Store located at 1649 Olive Road and declare it a public nuisance.
Okay. Before we hear Mr. Scott, if someone from Code Enforcement can be ready to speak on this issue after we hear from Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, if you could state your name and address for the record, sir, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Danny Scott, address 1723 Cornell Drive, Glendale Community.
Okay. All right, sir, go ahead.
I met with some community leaders last week in regards to the nuisances that we're having in the community. We've decided to pull our requests in regards to shutting down the Shopper Stop, and we'd like to take a more educational alternative approach. We're working with the Purpose Center in regards to establishing apprenticeship in the area. I think it would be kind of contradictory for an advocate for jobs. I'm a big advocate for jobs. It would be contradictory to shut down a business that provides the few jobs for the families that do. They're not too much of the problem. It's just the issue of creating more opportunities and things of that nature for those individuals in that area. So we like to come back to the Public Safety Committee and present a different approach or proposal.
And I appreciate that, those words, Mr. Scott, and we look forward to hearing that. Any committee members have any comments? Or all right, can I get a motion to receive that as information?
So
then?
moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to receive as information. Please vote, committee. And Mr. Scott, again, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And we look forward to hearing back from you on kind of what your plan and thoughts are, sir. So thank you for that.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 8, please.
Item number 8 is Mr. Terrence A. Dix regarding joint meeting to discuss disability issues concerning public transit access.
Thank you. Mr. Dix, if you could come forward, please, sir, and state your name and address for the record, then we'll give you 5 minutes. Again, public transit, Ms. Daugherty, if you're near, we'd like to hear from you as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry I had to ask that to be amended because there are 2 sections to that. One is, first of all, I'd like to recognize my delegation that I have with me, and that is Mrs. Ruby Johnson of District 5, Mr. Perry Robinson, who is here on his day off to stand with us, and also my vice chairman of my committee, Mr. Galen Tootle, who will, I'm going to allot a moment to him, if possible, to ask him to say some things on behalf of the disability community. But I just wanted to make this.
Mr. Dix, I'm sorry to stop you. Can you state your name and address for the record, please, sir?
Yes, absolutely. Terrence Dix, 2007 A Steiner Avenue, Augusta, Georgia. But I'm also the chair of the Transit Citizens Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the delegation that we first of all want to say that people often remark to many of us what a wonderful community we have. But unfortunately, we want to upgrade our, we really need to upgrade our transit facilities and have needed to do so for a long time. Not just when I say our facilities, I mean our buses. There are safety issues, there are availability issues, there are issues of stops, benches, and all the above. But the bottom line is I would like to have the opportunity to meet with the public service, members of the Public Service Committee, to meet with us so that we can get to a discussion of how we can upgrade this in our community. And I just wanted to just put that out to you. We meet every every fourth Thursday of the month at 4 p.m. Via Zoom. And I just thank you, and I also want to remark what a wonderful job we have from Mrs. Daughtery, who's doing a really fantastic job. And if you don't mind, I just want to give a minute to my vice chair on behalf of the disabilities community.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon. My name is Galen Tootle. I serve as the co-chair for the Transportation Citizens Advisory Committee. I represent District 6, where I was appointed by our esteemed leader in our community, Mr. Hassan. And I just want to follow up with what Terrence was saying, is that I've served on the committee for approximately 4 years, and the only elected official that has ever come to a meeting was my commissioner, Commissioner Hassan. Transit is a service that is necessary. I work here in this community, and I am a vested member of the transportation community because I ride it every day. Again, we just want to invite you all to our meetings, because in order for us to effect the change that we want to see, it has to be undergirded and supported by our elected officials. And for the past 4 years, there has been very little. So we would like to invite you, and as we invite you, I want to encourage you to, as you ride around this city, to look at the disparities and the inequities in the transportation program as it relates to people like me, disabled folk. If you were to ride on any given day, on a rainy day, you will see folk in wheelchairs sitting out in the rain simply because they can't access a lot of our bus stops. However, we're thinking that with the infrastructure bill and the monies that will be coming down, we just want to encourage you all to be active participants in making transportation a more fluid, more accessible, and a more equitable way for folk to get around our community, and in more particular, my community, because again, as it relates to the disability community using the services, it's pretty sad, actually. So again, thank you for letting us come talk. We do want to recognize Ms. Daugherty for the work that she does with the limited resources that she has, and so far the limited support that she has had. But we hope that this will be the beginning of a new day, and we thank you all for letting us come in and say a little bit of stuff to you and invite you to our meetings. And again, what would be great for me as a blind dude is that I look up and I hear all of our commissioners' voices at our meetings. Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you, sir, for those kind words, and thank you for the invite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Stay right there just for a second, guys. I'm going to turn it over to the mayor for a few words.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, as we're having this conversation, I welcome the idea around a joint meeting, but I'd like to hear some specifics about issues. We've not leaned into or spoken as to what they are, other than the challenges about, if you had individuals with wheelchairs. I know this commission has moved aggressively, particularly around bus shelters and implementing sidewalks. I know that there's been broad conversations around ADA implementations as well in and around downtown, but in particular, the issues around shelters and sidewalks that provide that level of support and relief. So if you could speak to that and identify your key concerns because I've not heard that in this conversation.
Sir, I just made my key concern is to access the bus stops. And if we're allowed to have the joint meeting, I will certainly bring you the presentation of all of the inaccessible bus stops that we have around the city. There are several, and I do have a presentation of pictures, names of locations, and the whole 9 yards. So yes, sir, we look forward to that opportunity where I could show you all of those things. I did not bring them with me today because this was just a simple invite, and we wanted to let you all know that we appreciate what you're doing. But when we have our joint meetings, I will be more than happy to show you the inordinate number of bus stops that are inaccessible for me and my people, my community.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you for having us back up, but I just want to say this very quickly, and that is that there are public safety issues that I'm concerned about. Our fleet has not been updated in a number of years, okay? It's been a little while now, and we basically are making those few new buses that we got several years ago, and Mr. Stevens was the executive director. That's our workhorse. Those are our workhorses. And those workhorses are breaking down. And we really, really need you all to consider helping us to figure out how we can make a move. Because if we don't do this, it's just going to be, it's not going to get, I'm just going to put it this way, it's not going to get any better. We have a tremendous staff. We've got really dedicated people. In fact, Mr. Robinson is one of our city employees, and he's here on his day off to stand with us. And I certainly, and because they feel also the way that you all feel, that you care very deeply for this. And I just want to, and I also had the opportunity to speak with my commissioner, Dennis Williams, District 2. And, you know, we had a very informal discussion about the fact that, you know, people have got to be able to feel like they can park their cars and jump on and ride and go out with their families or whatever. And we eventually will get there. But right now, our fleet is our number one concern. So I just want to let you know that the fleet has got to be upgraded and updated. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was there any other questions from the committee for us?
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first off thank you all for coming to the committee today to voice your concerns. I share the same sentiment with the two of you, and I think we're at a really good point to have this conversation about public transit being a priority in the community. During our budget sessions, our community budget hearings, we made public transportation a priority as far as funding goes in our upcoming budget. But I have a question. The administrator may be able to answer this now. I know that we're still waiting for some directives from the federal government on the infrastructure bill money. But would that infrastructure bill money, would there be dollars available for us to upgrade our fleet? And I ask that because, and this is no indictment on Ms. Daugherty or her staff or anyone, we took a trip around the city with some folks with housing, and the bus was leaking. It was raining, the bus was leaking. We were dodging water puddles on the bus. I mean, it was, you know, we should not have been on that bus. But at the end of the day, that's all we had. So I asked that question because if there's money coming down from the federal government that we can use to upgrade our fleet, I think that we should definitely make that a priority as far as having that discussion go. So, I mean, are we clear on sort of what those dollars are being able to be used for now, or, you know, what's available to us?
So we do know that there will be public transportation funds, but we are not sure. They have not made the rules yet, very similar to the American Rescue Plan, where they have not made the rules, but we also don't know if there will be a direct disbursement or if we have to apply for those funds either through the regional commission level, if it's a direct county, if it's state, or if it's direct to the Fed. So we're very, very early in that process, but we do know that the earmarks for Richmond County are supposed to be in excess of about $20 million. In addition to that, I think we've given some public reports that we are pursuing funding currently to upgrade the fleet to include the electric buses for which the commission has been a part of the demonstration. So we are definitely working towards those things, but as far as the infrastructure bill directly, we have not received information and likely won't for the next couple of months.
All right.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, both for being here. Any other comments, sir? One more? Go ahead.
Sir, one more. As we talk about the fleet, again, I just want to reiterate, because it's important, that we make sure that we are able to access the fleet, because again, that is one of the biggest problems for the folk in the disability community. Going back to your Honor's comment about the shelters and the hard work that Ms. Doherty and Mr. Page are doing to put our shelters up, if they're not accessible, which several of them aren't, then we still aren't doing all we need to do, because our people, they recreate here, they work here, they shop here, and they need to be able to access the buses, be they electric buses, new buses, or whatever buses. So access to these various resources has to be a main part as we move forward in building our infrastructure in our Richmond County Transit. So we, again, thank you.
Thank you both. Can I get a
Just
motion?
very quickly, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman, I apologize. I just want to say, again, Mrs. Daugherty and her staff are doing an absolutely excellent job. They are pursuing grants and other funds to try to make sure that we're, getting what we need to have. But again, I come to this body because you all are the only ones that can look at those matches and to look at those formulas in which we are funded. We do not have the voice to talk to the federal government as you do. And so if you could maybe talk to our legislators and just do whatever you can to advocate, we will advocate with you on these matters, because it's for everybody. It's not enough for us to ask people to get on board. We want, as the Commissioner Jordan Johnson pointed out, we want people to get on board safely. That's most important. So thank you all, and thank you for allowing us this time. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to receive his information?
Motion to receive as information.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Commissioner Clark.
I punched it.
It's unanimous.
And that concludes public services. I want to thank the committee.
We ready for public safety?
Yes, sir.
Call public safety to order. Is there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right.
With
committee approval.
Can you speak into your microphone, sir?
With committee approval, I'd like to consent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Item 7, please.
Item 7, continuous quality improvement and policy changes update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Today we'll be hearing from Chief Burden as a follow-up to our initial conversation about policy improvements and things of that nature. I think we submitted a memorandum for the record, but I believe he also has a presentation just highlighting on those policy activities, but also introducing, he had an opportunity to meet with some of our female firefighters, and so he's adding some innovation and training related to diversity, equity, and inclusion as he continues his assessment of the department. And so we wanted to provide an on-the-record update to you before we made these things public and final.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, sir.
How
Good
are you doing?
afternoon, Commission and Mayor Davis. I want to thank you for allowing me to come before you today and just really talk about and give you an update of our efforts as it relates to policies and procedures. And so, as I mentioned before, the department is really embarking on really the first of its kind in the history of this department, a very large-scale review, evaluation, and revamp of our policies and procedures. And so, as a part of that, I have established a working group comprised of high-ranking officials from 7 different departments. And so we have represented the International Association of Fire Chiefs. We have the Atlanta Fire Department, Douglasville Fire Department, Valdosta Fire Department, Hinesville Fire Department, Seminole County Fire Department, Goodyear, Arizona Fire Department, as well as Gainesville Fire Department to comprise our working group. And so the group was developed to really do a cursory review of all of our policies and procedures. I look forward to the opportunity to present a final review to commission, to committee, as well as best practices and recommendations for us moving forward. As a part of that policy and review, I've instituted, as you see, a new forcible entry policy. That policy is in effect and current as of today. As the director mentioned, we also had an opportunity to meet with our female firefighters back on October 21st, and it has established a really continuous quality improvement. I believe it's the fire department should always be in a constant state of improvement. And with that, we should have really continuous quality improvement. And so I am introducing really 2 phases. The first phase will be a diversity, equity, and inclusion training. This training really is geared towards improving the department's emotional intelligence as well as its cultural intelligence. I believe this is important because it plants the seeds of understanding the value of our differences and embracing equality and inclusion and nurturing a better work culture. The second phase of that training will be a leadership academy for all of our female employees. And I really believe this is a part of our efforts to move the department forward. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, good to see you. Appreciate you bringing these new policies forward and explaining them a little bit more. Just one question on the last item that you discussed in regards to the women's training. Is there already a separate training for the men? Are the women being excluded? Just trying to understand what the need for this.
The DEI training would include the entire department. The need specifically for that training, that leadership academy for our female employees, comes directly from meeting with our employees, recognizing gaps and understanding things that we need to put in place to help us move forward as a department.
Okay. Do you think that this would put any undue favoritism towards the females, or do you think it'll help provide further equity across the department?
I think it really goes hand in hand with providing further equity and inclusion throughout the department, as well as I mentioned, recognize some gaps that I've seen that is needed within the department.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's good to see you. Glad to see that you are hitting the ground running here. So in your, I guess I could call a needs analysis or an assessment that you did of your department, what is the bottom line that you're trying to get out of this? What is the bottom line for this initiation of?
In terms of the training?
Yes.
As I mentioned, Commissioner, I think really setting a foundation for how we move the department forward. Recognizing those needs, no matter how big or small, and providing the training and education for our folks moving forward. I think it sets a foundation once again on how the department moves forward and become a better department, a more cohesive department, and working together.
Do you think that there will be, for lack of a better term, less inequities, or did you find some inequities in terms of maybe even in leadership roles and that sort of thing?
Well, I feel like professional development of our employees has been lacking. I think that this is an effort, this is a start in reinvesting and developing our employees professionally.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Dennis Williams, please.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no more questions, I'd like to make a motion to receive as information.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thanks, sir.
We have a motion and a second to receive as information. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
There being no further business of public safety, we are adjourned.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to call administrative service to order, please. Do we have any addition or deletion?
We do have an addition. Hold on. All in favor? I get you.
If it's all right with the committee, I would like to consent number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Seven.
No.
Motion to approve.
Is that all, Ms. Scott?
Yes. One second.
Second.
Got a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
I thought we just approved it.
That motion carries with Mr. Hassan out.
Thank you.
I believe he will be absent from the meeting today,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Bond, I want to start with number 10.
Item number 10.
Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a presentation by Ms. Lasagna Grandstaff regarding mental health crisis facing Augusta with limited resource and facilities.
Thank you. Ms. Grandstand, before you start, I think Commissioner Johnson, you want to, okay, go ahead, Ms. Grandstand. Would you state your name and your address for the record?
Hi, my name is Lasagna Grandstaff. I live at 2558 Terre Heights Circle. I also run a business in Augusta at 2326 Riceboro Road, Sheer Love Salon. And I've been in business for over 12 years. The journey starts to better mental health care in Augusta. I'll start with how me and my son basically started. Basically, it started with just me talking to some of my clients. So this started February the 20th of 2020. We ended up at AU Medical Center. The residents there, they took him back, they talked to him. They found that they wanted to admit him. The attendant came along and decided he didn't want to admit him. So there again, we were sent away. He started then talking to one of my clients, Tiffany Fowler. She's a therapist over at Aurora Pavilion in Aiken. From there, it was on September the 20th. He was actually admitted to Aurora Pavilion in Aiken, and he was diagnosed with bipolar 2. The doctor that was there basically decided after 3 days that he was cleared and free to go home on a medicine called Seroquel. He sent him home. On January the 17th, my son actually reached out that week to the insurance company because there was always a problem with insurance. He reached out to the insurance company. They found a facility called First Recovery in Florida, and it was a dual facility. He went there. They actually flew him down there. He was diagnosed then with the right diagnosis, which was bipolar 1. They put him on medications there. After 3 days of being there, they decided insurance wasn't going to pay for it. And if I could pay for the rest of the week, that's fine. They would keep him then. They kept him there until then. From that day, now mind you, that was January 17th of 21. On March the 2nd of 21, he was then admitted to Aurora Pavilion again. He was having a manic episode. I actually drove him over there, and I was actually panicked that day because I have never seen him that bad. I was going about 85 on Augusta Aiken Highway, and I wanted the police to stop me because I needed help getting him over there. He got there. Again, he was off his meds. They got him back on meds. They actually took him off of the meds that were working for him in Florida. They then again discharged him after 4 days on Seroquel. All Seroquel does is help you sleep. Leading up to this year, all the things that's happened. Again, in August the 14th, he called me and I was at work, and he asked me, was I on my way home? And I said, in a few minutes, I should be home by the next hour. He said, well, I need to clean up. Well, that was a red flag. So I get to my house, he comes running outside, and he has blood from his hoodie all the way down to his kneecap. I'm talking calmly to him, and I was like, what's going on? What happened? He was like, oh, I just hurt my hand. I go in the house. He's basically, blood is up and down the hallway. He broke his window out in his room. Apparently, he had talked to some friends and gotten upset because nobody would pick him up. So then again, we were having an episode. I said, well, let's just go to the hospital and let them check your hand out. We get to Doctor's Hospital. I basically am texting into my phone and telling the nurse, this is a mental health crisis. I need you to 1013 him. They sit him back out into the regular part of the ER, not behind locked doors or anything. I go back up to the desk and I tell the nurse, I said, I've got to leave to let somebody in my house to board this window up. I said, but I'll be right back. I left. I cleaned up some stuff. They came, they boarded the window up. By the time I was getting ready to go back to the hospital, Kirkland was knocking at the door. He had walked all the way from Doctor's Hospital all the way home. Then I said, well, did they look at your hand? And he was like, no. I knew it was hurt, had to be hurting. It was throbbing. And we go back to the hospital, and I told the nurse, I said, you realize he left. They had no clue that he even left. So we talked to the PA. The PA basically, decides, and she knew exactly how far he had walked. She talked to the doctor. They decided to admit him and 1013 him. They put him back behind the closed doors, in the locked doors. The next day he calls me and he tells me that the psychiatrist there had discharged him. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So he was actually admitted there for suicidal, homicidal ideology, and also for the hand lacerations. And the finger ended up being broken, and they didn't treat that either. They ended up, this was on a Friday, they actually discharged him that Sunday on Seroquel again. Leading up to the call that I made on October the 6th, he has had several jobs through the years. He's been to 4 different colleges. He's also been to a flight attendant program in Washington State. But I think because all of his misdiagnosis, he's never been able to keep a job. He's even had jobs at FedEx and, different places. Leading up to the phone call I made on October the 6th to the sheriff department, he asked me would I take him to work. I was like, yeah, I'll take you. I get home and he is just totally out of it. He's walking back and forth up and down the hallway, and he was like, well, I got to put on this costume to go to work. And I knew then, okay, this is not a state I've seen him in. I ended up just thinking, okay, the last therapist at that time that he had always told me, well, if he has another episode, just call Richmond County, let them know what's going on, and they should be able to escort you to the hospital, and at least you'll have that escort, and they'll be able to keep him the 3 days and maybe send him to a facility. Well, I got in my car and I prayed about it because I knew this was either going to go one or two ways. So I told the dispatch exactly what I needed, and I told her that my son was having a manic episode. I also told the deputies there when they got there, that he is bipolar 1 and he's having a manic episode. They go in the house, and of course all hell breaks loose. They end up, he's fighting because he doesn't want to be in handcuffs. Instead of them kind of, talking him, because I couldn't talk him down that day. But instead of them, to me, at least taking the time to do it, they basically just bomb rushed in the room. And of course, that set him off. That set them off. One of the deputies ended up, as I'm coming down the hallway with the commotion, he's beating my son in the head. After that, they finally get him in handcuffs. They've called for backup. So I end up with 5 police officers in my house. But I'm like, nobody else is going in that room. There are already 2 in the room. By that time, they're telling him if he doesn't get up, they're going to drag him out. I'm talking to the female officer because I'm like, I know you taking him to the hospital. And they were like, he's going to jail. So he ended up getting 2 felony charges for obstruction of law enforcement officer and a criminal trespass because he broke a picture frame. They ended up dropping the charges because after, all of this came out, he was in the jail report. I ended up having an interview with the guy who owns that paper. It kind of went around. I don't know, some of you probably saw it. Also, I had an interview that was set up with Meredith Anderson. So she sat down and talked to me for probably about 2 hours. And we talked about the whole mental health crisis that's going on in Augusta, especially right now with a lot of our young people. From there, it's kind of just, this is Warren Bowman. I ended up getting in touch with him because of one of my clients being his aunt. He works with NAMNI, which is the National Association for Mental Illness. Now, I've been trying to get in touch with different people over the years, but it's always been hitting a wall. So it's nothing that's really transparent here in Augusta. There are no facilities that are really decent facilities in Augusta, and that's why he's always either gone to Aiken or he's been sent somewhere else. But from the October 6th experience that he had with Richmond County, like I said, they arrested him. For 2 days, he sat in a cell, no medical, no psych. They processed him. This happened on a Wednesday. They processed him on a Friday. So all they kept saying was he got here on Friday. No, he got there Wednesday. From there, I had found a facility for him to go to. The whole court process, I talked to Representative Wayne Howard. I talked to Judge Watkins. I talked to Chief Clayton. I've basically tried to get in touch with anybody I can think of talking to about the situation while he was there. When I talked to the psych nurse when I was getting ready to bond him out, she said I had to have a facility for him to go to. I had found a facility, but Richmond County, once he got bonded out, they 1013 him to University Hospital, which I lost that bed. Once I lost that bed, they sent him to Atlanta to Anchor Hospital, and he stayed there from the 18th, wait a minute, from the 19th to the 1st of November is what he stayed there from. And from there, he went to a place in Dallas, well, in Grand Prairie, Texas, which was Greenhouse. He's been diagnosed now with a bipolar 1 with psychosis and schizophrenia.
Okay, Ms. Grandstand, we're going to just stop you right there for just a second. I want to know if any of my colleagues have any questions. And I know one particular question is, have your son ever, and it might be help a lot too for you to answer this, have he ever been to Serenity or any of the local
Serenity doesn't cover his insurance. We've been out there and we tried to do an outpatient. We even tried to do an inpatient, but it doesn't cover his insurance.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am. Ultimately, what is it that you want from us?
I mean, basically what I'm looking for in Augusta, because my son is not the only one, he's not the first, he's not going to be the last, is I'm looking for better places. I mean, because if you go out to Serenity, I mean, who really wants to go there, even if my insurance did cover it? I mean, that would be the last resort. But, I mean, the buildings are so dilapidated, the staff is so rude, and we need a better facility here in Augusta. I know MCG, AU is getting ready to open up a facility, I think, for adolescents. But as far as for adults and young adults, I mean, it's like all you have is Serenity or you're going out of town.
Okay.
Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Grandstand, it's nice to see you in person. You and I have talked. How's your son doing?
We working day by day.
Okay. You know, you and I had a very long conversation, and I can understand what you're going through. And it seems like we don't have the facilities, even with us being the huge medical center that we are throughout the United States. We don't seem to have that one facility that we need to address these issues. I have asked, since our conversations, I have asked for 3 other commissioners to let's join together and see what we can do about helping direct or solve this. This is an ongoing crisis in today's society. It seems to be more and more progressive because of the fact of what's going on with the pandemic. And I think the police officers do the best that they can with the limited training that they've had in this area. And I'm certainly glad to see that the charges were dropped against your son because they needed to be. I, for one, appreciate you coming before this committee today and letting us hear your situation, because sadly, yours is not an isolated event. This is a daily occurrence, not only in Augusta, but throughout the rest of the United States and the world, and it's getting, sadly, worse. We're going to see and explore some opportunities, and we're going to be talking about it in the future, because you brought forth something that really needs to be addressed here in our community.
Can I say one more thing? Like, I have, like, my son and I have a cousin who basically they grew up together. Both of them are 24 years old. She has a degree in psychology, and she's a deputy in Orange County in Florida. She's actually on their crisis intervention team. So she's actually one of the ones, if something like this were to happen, she actually goes out. She, you know, when this happened and I called her, she couldn't believe it. She was like, the size of Augusta, you got to be kidding. They didn't have anybody to send out. If you call GCAB, all you get is a bunch of phone numbers. And with her saying that, she's like, I've sat in mud with somebody who's having a crisis until we can actually get them calmed down and get them to a facility. So all of the police officers, from my understanding, I talked to a lieutenant who actually did some of the training in Foresight, and he said that a lot of the deputies in Richmond County have been trained in crisis intervention. But, you know, if you don't take something serious, or if you don't basically, you know, like, I mean, this is a college town, and you can hire therapists, or you can hire somebody to counsel somebody, to talk somebody down, instead of just, you know, just coming in like you did. And I know my son is not the first occurrence, and he's not going to be the last. And I just think that, you know, it's time for a change.
And we hear your plea. We do. And thank you for coming forward today. We really needed to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to go to Ms. McKnight, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Johnson. You can close us out.
Thank you, Commissioner, from the 9th. I just want to thank you for coming today and talking to us. I was a psychology major, and I want to say years ago, bipolar was something that was not talked about or people didn't know about. I lost a relative 3.5 weeks ago, 32 years old, and I feel like that maybe it could have been prevented, what happened to him, but like my aunt was saying, there is nowhere in Augusta to go to in-house or to get people help. It costs a lot of money to send folks that have children and even middle-aged, you know, young 20-year-olds and up to go somewhere. Some people can't pay for that. And what I would like to do, and I've talked to a few of my colleagues, is to find a way that we can get some money to help or gear something towards getting a facility or work to get something here in Augusta. We're the second to third largest city in Georgia, and we need to do better at getting something here for people like your son and folks that have children that suffer schizophrenic, all that. So thank you, and I will be glad to help you in any way I can. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank y'all for coming and sharing. Just wanted to start this off by saying that I'm the chairman of Serenity Health's board. Just started that a couple months ago, and I do understand that the facilities are in pretty bad shape, but they are also state funded, and they are struggling just to make sure that they're able to stay open to provide the services that are out there. And I do recognize that there is a huge shortcoming when it comes to police officer training in regards to having to deal with mental issues, you know, on some of these calls, and that's actually something that Serenity has started offering to our police force, and I'm glad to hear that. In regards to, you know, finding somewhere for your son to get help, I'm not sure if you're aware that during the COVID crisis, a lot of the hospitals were put on diversion, and that's one of the reasons why it was so hard to get him into some of these facilities. And the diversion was for the mental health areas inside these hospitals. And Serenity actually took a huge brunt of those patients during that time period. But, you know, I'm sorry that you had a bad experience there, but you know, there are other opportunities out there, and I'm going to hand you my phone number before you leave because I have some other resources that I think I could help you with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for coming and sharing that story. I mean, it's not easy. I think everyone up here at some point in our lives have come in contact with someone who has dealt with mental illness. I lost my cousin to suicide, one of my favorite cousins. I mean, he took as many prescription pills as he could because he was hearing voices, and the voices told him that he wasn't feeling loved. And he called us, but it was too late. You know, so mental health is real. One thing that really bothers me is knowing that in a city like Augusta, we don't have something like this. I mean, even talking about homelessness, if someone is on drugs and they need to get detoxed, they're not going to get detoxed here. That's a state issue that I think we all should be raising as much hell about as possible. Because at the end of the day, we have a legislature that doesn't value mental health help at all. If they did, Gracewood wouldn't be in the shape that it's in. Serenity wouldn't have to be fighting for resources like they're doing. It's a shame. But one thing that we have committed ourselves to doing as a city of Augusta, I'll remind everybody that we passed the Stepping Up initiative unanimously as a commission. We passed it unanimously as a commission, and it wasn't just a resolution to put in a frame and hang up. What came out of the Stepping Up initiative, what we said was that, okay, we know that we have these issues because we've had many people come to us about it. What can we do as far as legislating some type of help around this for Augusta? Passing the Stepping Up initiative basically said that Augusta was committing ourselves to lowering the amount of people that are incarcerated because of mental health and instead sent to help, sent to some type of facility, diverted into services. That passed unanimously from this body. Once it passed from this body, the University of Georgia's Carl Vinson Institute of Government came to Augusta, and they held a workshop with the hospitals, with the courts, with the jails, our DA, our solicitor, community folks, reentry people, anybody that you can think of that someone with mental health will have to touch in order to get a service. They were all at the table because before then, we were just doing our own thing. The training that was held, they came up with what they call a sequential intercept map. And we've put this on the agenda a couple of times, but the sequential intercept map is only a draft as of now. When that map becomes available to the public, we're going to bring it back before this body and present on it. Because what that map shows is that if John Doe has a crisis, how does John Doe get service without having to go into the situation that your son went into? That is something that I think is so monumental that we all should be screaming to the top of our lungs about in a good way, because for the first time, you've had hospitals, law enforcement, jails, reentry, community, the sheriff, anybody that you can think of have all come together to say we want to end this stigma around mental health in our community. So we can't do anything to really fight the state to give us more money. What we can do is we can get these lobbyists that we've been talking about to go up to Atlanta and fight, go up to DC and fight for resources. But what we can do, we put in motion by way of passing the Stepping Up initiative. And I do still thank my colleagues for approving that. But echoing what Commissioner Clark and Commissioner McKnight, Commissioner Scott, what everybody have said, we committed ourselves to doing this hard work. Because at the end of the day, no one should have to be in handcuffs because they're having a crisis. No one should have a felony on their record because they can't physically control how they're acting out. Mental health is real. It's not something that folks are just playing with. And again, we want to thank you for coming with that story. And we want to thank everyone who comes with stories like that because it gives us our call to action, the important big ticket items that this body has to work on. So with that being said, I will make sure that when the SIM map is done, that you'll be here to make sure that you see that presentation. But we want to continue that work. We want to continue to make sure that folks get the help that they need and get it in a way that we can control. We can't control the state, but we can control. We can negotiate and work with our partners to make sure that folks have a better quality of life. So I will submit that, Madam Chair. I thank you for recognizing me for that. But at the end of the day, we thank you for coming forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Motion to take as information.
Okay, 1 second. I think.
Okay. My name's Warren. My address, Warren Bowman Jr. My address is 231 Caldwell Circle, Augusta, Georgia 30909. And happy holidays. And how you doing, Miss Catherine? Good to see you again. Real quickly, Augusta is definitely the second largest city we know, give or take to Columbus, with a lot of things. And we're 51st in access to care mental health wise. And a lot of people reach out to myself for mental health support. There's a few numbers out there now that are local that maybe you can get out to some of your colleagues. One went live today because I do work for a new organization out of Atlanta. It's called the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network. And I was just here less than 2.5 weeks ago mentioning that, but it may have been the best time. But I think now could be an appropriate time to let you know more about the number, and we'll just go from there. The first number, which is live for Augusta, that any peer can call, and hopefully somebody will answer, is 706-738-3548. And I'll say it again a little slower. It's a warm line number. It's a 24-hour this warm line. You'll get a person in long-term recovery just to be able to answer the phone and be a listening ear for over 20 minutes. You can call twice a day. So the first line is in Augusta. Like I said, it's 706-738-3548. But if you don't get a person in recovery to answer that line, it will roll over to other numbers I'm going to give you here, that the person can maybe reach out to those numbers if the line's busy and they leave a voicemail and it doesn't feel that the phone call was answered in a prompt fashion. So the main line for this, how you doing, Sean? Good to see you, brother, is 888-945-1414. That's the overarching number for the Georgia Peer warm line number. And then from there, we got one in Atlanta. It's a 404-371-1414. Then you have another one. So this is 6 numbers. 770-276-2019. We have one more out of Albany area. It's 229-873-9737. And then one last one in White County up in the mountains. It's 706-865-3601. And what we're building in Augusta right now by the old Friendship Community Center on 1720 Central Avenue, we're building over $1 million facility that should be open on February 1st, 2022. So we'll be open like within the next 14 weeks, providing anybody over 18, no referral needed, a lot of resources, a lot of wellness activities, and a thing called respite. So respite is an alternative to a psychiatric hospitalization, and it'll give a peer in the community that as long as they identify having a substance abuse or mental health challenge, a 7-day stay with groceries and a way to kind of just get off some stressors and don't have to get hospitalized. Because just like her son, Kirkland, I mean, I do identify as and live in a long-term recovery. And even in my psychosis, I do remember some of the stresses I put on my family and on things like that. But the things that kind of put in place, like NAMI and things like that, were in place, and I would love to maybe talk to you about that another time.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the mayor, and then we're going to close this discussion out. But thank you so much for coming, and I'll be in touch with you, Ms. Grandstand. Thank you for coming today.
Okay, to Mr. Caldwell, I believe, and also Ms. Grandstaff, thank you for coming and sharing what you've shared with us. You mentioned it as you were departing, Mr. Caldwell, and that is we have a substantial resource in Augusta, and that's NAMI Augusta. That's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They have been longstanding partners in our community. During the height of COVID and into even 2021, we've engaged them and a host of other stakeholders to help with the challenges associated with individuals who found themselves impacted with the challenges of mental health, mental illness. And so I just want to make sure that for many of us, lack of resources is a true and it is a real and present danger. But the biggest issue is a lack of coordination of resources. And that is our biggest challenge. It's a lack of coordination. You've mentioned a host of phone numbers across the state. But right here in the heart of our city is NAMI Augusta and their partners and partner agencies who are ready and they are willing to help and support, absent the head being unwilling to contain what the seat can hold. I will not give another number, but we will send it out in an email so that you have access to that information as members of the commission.
Thank you. I think we got one more from our colleague, Mr. Franton. I'm good. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go with number 9, item number 9.
Item number 9 is a presentation, proposed programming in the support of affordable housing, financial literacy, and access to small business capital.
Proceed, Madam Chair. Proceed, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commission. Today, I know that we've had a lot of conversation about the availability of affordable housing, the impact of the pandemic on our small businesses, and how do we, continue to provide support, even though many of the responsibilities in these areas are outside of government. And so today I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we've been working on and attempting to bring forward to the commission. Not necessarily any action to take currently, but more so receiving feedback on the commission as we move forward on this effort. And so, again, looking at a proposed small business and affordable home loan program with a couple of our partners. And I know we have at least two of them here today. I think Mr. Hefner is here, and I know that our partners from Cadence were not able to attend because of a conflict. But in general, looking at a proposed program that will help us bring more people into the banking system, which of course would lead to access to capital, whether it be in small business as well as home ownership. Also teaching people about investments and building wealth. And so as we look at these activities, one of the items that we would be looking at is establishing a deposit relationship. And so in partnering with our banking institutions, we would be identifying unbanked residents and assist them in overcoming any barriers that they might have to participate in the financial services industry. Establishing a financial literacy program that will help folks have access to not only the banking tools, but also education on how to acquire a house or how to grow your small business. And then, of course, because we would be using local banks, providing a relationship with a local banker. And so through the program, there would be an offer of a checking account that wouldn't have a monthly minimum, no monthly fee, a debit card, of course, that wouldn't have those fees attached, and then access to mobile and online banking. In addition to bringing people, into, let's say, Bank on Augusta, where folks would have access to banking, we'd also have access to home ownership pathways, which during the pandemic, as we see folks, being evicted or, the rental market increasing and things of that nature, providing access to home ownership pathways is vital. And so we would be partnering with folks like HCD, but also the Housing Authority to identify first-time homeowner prospects, creating a quarterly literacy program, as well as determining steps for pre-qualifications and helping folks develop a wealth strategy to access home ownership. And then ensuring that there is a partnership between the two banks and our local partners who can ensure that we maximize the program impact. Ensuring that folks understand how to invest, so educating participants on budgeting and savings, introducing tools that folks may not be familiar with, including CDs and money market products, high yield products for mid and long-term investments, as well as aligning our participants with financial consultants for ongoing support and education. When it comes to small business, we want to make sure, again, when you're attempting to access capital, you want to have a relationship with your local bank. And so ensuring that we have two local banks that are willing to support folks who are trying to grow and create their small business, as well as partnering with, had a call with the small business, the U.S. Small Business Administration, who is looking forward to learning a little bit more and partnering with us, but also, local lenders and professional advisors who would be lending their time to help support this effort. Again, quarterly literacy sessions that help from everything from building your credit, both personal and business credit, to having technical discussions on how to appropriately file your taxes and things of that nature, whether you are an independent person or a small business. and then delivering on some measurable outcomes. Now, again, we're working on the program with two of our banking partners, but we would have a goal for prospect serves as well as banking relationships that were created, meaning how many people who did not have a bank account actually came in and had one, but then also a goal for loans provided for folks who are seeking to acquire new homes. And so I think one key piece of that is tying, affordable home ownership to our efforts around blight and blight mitigation and affordable housing, and kind of tying the dot between all of our partners, between those that are mentioned today and our banking partners, but also those who are out in the community doing this good work. And so we have some preliminary requirements. We haven't made these final because, again, we're bringing this to the commission for feedback. But looking at a minimum FICO score of 640, and of course our financial literacy and some of those support programs would get people to that level if they're not already there, and ensuring that they get quality rates that would be special through this program, and then ensuring that our areas, I know Laney Walker Boulevard is a great example, that homes and properties in those areas are the ones that would be supported through this effort. And then ensuring that we have tools that make not only the homes affordable, but accessible to folks who they may not have been before. So ensuring up to 100% financing, competitive fixed rates, those balloon payments sometimes catch people and create undue hardships, eliminating origination fees, and not having mortgage insurance requirements, as well as reducing closing costs. And so just kind of wanted to highlight, when we first started this conversation way back in July, when the commission talked about what types of things we can do in addition to the American Rescue Plan, are things that put our money out into the community, kind of highlighted what Fulton County did. And I think, definitely don't want to bag on another community. They took about $10 million and they put it into minority-owned banks. But what they did not do is ask for a return on investment. What are the measurables? What do we get in exchange? What type of products would be created? And so this proposal is a little bit different than that, because we would identify funds that we would leave in the bank, but it would not cost the city any additional money, meaning we still collect interest on our receipts, but we would just be providing those funds, those receipts in those banks for a limited period of time so that they can then deliver the program. And so unlike, which I think is a good effort by our partners at Fulton County, we would actually have some strong deliverables with a certain number of folks who would become banked, those who would have access to home ownership, as well as small businesses that had access to capital. And so this is where we are today. And this time I will take any questions that you may have about this proposed effort.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administrator Donald, I appreciate you bringing this forward. This proposal, I certainly want to dive a little deep into it, but I think this is an opportunity for us to create pathways, yes, but more opportunity for folks in Augusta. Mm-hmm. We've long said that this should be a city of opportunity for everyone, and this begins leaning into that. And so, Madam Chair, I'm certainly going to review it, but I'll respond back to the administrator with comments that are more detailed and thoughtful.
Thank you. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, you're not asking for any kind of vote or approval at this time, just taking as information at this time?
Yes, sir. I think, one, just thankful to our partners at Cadence and First Community for stepping up to the plate and trying to figure out a way to give folks more access to small business opportunities, as well as to home ownership. I don't think that it would technically require an approval of the commission at this time. But as we move forward, we wouldn't want to be creating programs that the commission, one, was not aware of, and two, that they did not support.
I got you. So I'll make a motion that we take it as information, but I think the mayor has something to say.
Second.
Second.
That's not what I was going to do, but I thought it was appropriate to add some levity to this conversation. Everybody needs to laugh post-Thanksgiving. I do, Administrator Donald, my question that I pose to you, and this is something you can go back to the development board on this in terms of working on it. How do we incorporate the first-time home buyer efforts of the city into this? Because that would be critical. There's so many people who don't know anything about it, to include our own employees.
Yep.
So I would ask you to envelop that into this conversation as we move forward.
Yeah, awesome recommendation, and we'll make sure to do that. I would say that that is the pool of folks that would be eligible, especially those that are coming through HCD. That is the primary target, but I think expanding it to our own staff, some of which would definitely qualify, is a great idea. So we'll make sure to do so.
Mr. Clark, you have a question?
No, I just have a statement, please. You know, the Augusta housing has come a long way in development, and our own director has recently been appointed in Washington, D.C., based on the work that he and this government has done. And I would just like to thank Mr. Hawthorne Welch and his staff for all of the hard work that they have put in. Thank you.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I need a second. Mr. Frandon, where are you going to do that? Thank you. No disrespect, Mr. Mayor. Yes, ma'am, we're voting. It's unanimous.
Might as well stay with you, Mr. Administrator. Madam Clerk, item 8.
Item 8, as committed, the administrator brings forth a transparency dashboard that initially consists of SPLOST 8 approved projects and TIA 2022 projects as it develops.
Yeah, so really excited about this offering. Again, no action required by the commission, but before we release things publicly, always try to make sure that we are connecting our commission to innovative actions that we're taking, especially when it's around transparency and bringing government forward to our citizens. This one is specifically an ask of the commission. I think my first week here, or my first month here, after we passed the initial SPLOST 8 list of projects, there was talk that, it's very difficult to identify where projects are, what's their status, are they under budget, over budget, where we are, and how do we relay that better to our citizens. And so today we are introducing to you the Build Augusta dashboard. And so this dashboard will be released later today after it is presented to you, but it actually includes all of the SPLOST 8 and all of the TIA projects for FY22, and again, your SPLOST 8 projects in general, but it will expand to include all of those SPLOST capital projects and TIA projects. But again, this is our initial offering, and it will grow as we're able to update it and keep the pace of those projects. And so today I'll just do a quick demonstration for you, but again, it will be live and on the website so you can play around with it and access it over time. And so this is one of another transparency tools that we're introducing to the public. The first thing is that it includes all of the projects for each of them, but we have not. You can either segment them or you can choose not to. And so if we go down and we scroll down to the let's say infrastructure. If we click on infrastructure, all of the projects under TIA and SPLOST, you can look, this is a line item list, but also to the right, you can click on any of the areas around town. And so if you click on somewhere on the map, you will see that there's a improvement to the Tobacco Road facility that just came up. It'll tell you RCCI. You see that under public safety, there's a new facility at 11 million. The estimated start date is in January of 22. That's because that's when you would start your collections, and it's actually proposed to be delivered in 28. And of course, the timeline would be adjusted based on when it is procured and leaded, and so it wouldn't take the full amount of time. But since it's one of the latter projects, then it would have 2028 for this example. And so each one of the projects has not only that information when you scroll, but if you go down after clicking on it, there is a picture. And so now we just have stock photos because this is what the facility looks like right now. But as we go through the process of actually having the designs and then breaking ground and then creating a structure, you will actually also have photos so that you can track the progress in real time without actually driving up on the facility. You'll also be able to tell what the status is along the project. And so that is one example. If we go back, another thing that if you're only interested, let's say in SPLOST, or if you're only interested in TIA, you can actually go down. So you do have to physically, unclick each one of these. But let's just say you're only interested in TIA projects. Well, then you would go to the funding source. You would unclick the SPLOST 8 title and then only have TIA selected, and now both the map as well as the list of projects only show TIA. And so it's a fairly interactive piece, highlights where all of these activities are taking place around town, gives you some insight into when they'll be coming on, what's included, various details, and what the funding source is. So it gives our residents access to both SPLOST and TIA projects in a way that they've never had it before. And so with that, that is the dashboard. I won't belabor it. Hopefully it's a fun tool that our residents will utilize, our commission can utilize, and you're able to receive this information in real time.
Mr. Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administrator, are we going away from City Watch?
No, so those things actually feed into here. Just makes it a little bit easier for folks to be able to.
So it's basically a revised City Watch in a sense.
Pretty much.
Okay, yeah, because we did that right when I started 2015, 16. But this seems a little bit more picture friendly, a little bit more user friendly.
Better accessibility for our public versus our technical experts.
Yeah.
Very similar to Alpharetta as well.
Gotcha. As far as who's going to maintain this, and then how real time will it be?
Yeah, it's actually maintained through my office in partnership with our team at IT, and we'll be updating it as the projects come forward, so in real time.
I appreciate that, because I think when we did it before, we weren't keeping it in real time, and there was projects and things that like people were like, why is there no updates here and whatnot? So I think that's, if we're going to do it, we got to do it right, and I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that it's going to be real time and really updating it. So motion to receive his information or approve. I don't know which one it is. So.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 7, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 7 is a motion to approve Augusta Employee Mental Health Day 2021 on December 20th, 2021.
Mr. Administrator.
Well, again, I think this is just another effort to support our staff. Provided a memorandum with many of the details. To date, I believe over a 3-year period, the commission has committed about $17 million to ensure that our staff is compensated appropriately, utilizing the American Rescue Plan to raise the minimum wage up to $15 an hour, as well as providing public safety bonuses with another, I believe is on the finance agenda for us to be able to accept the terms so that we can go after those funds provided by the governor's office. And so in addition to ensuring that staff are compensated during this time while we remain open, provided a few best practices where I do believe that providing what I would call a mental health day, giving folks access to additional mental health resources, which I think, we just heard about some in the previous presentation, but focused on our staff, allowing them, a little bit of freedom to kind of stretch a little bit in the midst of this marathon that we're in within the pandemic, and also give them a little bit of relief during the holiday season at no additional cost to the government. Is something that I am recommending for the commission to either approve or deny.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. You say it's no additional cost to the
No,
city?
sir. Correct. No additional cost as proposed.
As proposed? I mean, okay. I want to ask a question. I don't really mean anything by it, but who came up with this?
It was a combination of people, but I'll take the credit and the blame.
You'll take the credit and the blame?
Yes, sir.
You said voted up or down, right?
Yeah, I understand if it's not something that the commission approves, but as the administrator, I think it's my responsibility to bring forward innovative things that help our staff be more productive, and I think this one would do that.
Okay, so when did they get out for Christmas?
The normal time, I think it is the 23rd, isn't it? 24th, and no, but
We'll be
Christmas,
out Thursday and Friday.
Thursday and Friday, that's
So-
right, because
so
Christmas
you would be out-
falls.
So if we approve this, you would be out on the 20th, and then you would come back for a couple of days, and then you would go out for Christmas.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Before I make my motion, let's hear what the mayor has to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to motion that we approve this. I'm doing like y'all do. I'm just jumping in here, right? But no, in all candor, I go back to where we are. For almost 24 months, we have battled an enemy we cannot see. We have lost friends, family members, co-workers, neighbors, and loved ones. We have lost people who have come, they've suited up, they've been told to wear a mask, they've been told to quarantine, to isolate, they've been told to go get a vaccine. And this is not any new money. This is not any additional money. This is your government at work. This is an opportunity, once again, to take care of the people who make it happen every single day. I'll pause with that.
Mr. Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administrator, I agree with this, but my question is, can we move it to the 22nd instead of the 20th?
You can. It wouldn't have any additional impact.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the 22nd of December as the Mental Health Day for the city of Augusta.
Mr. Garrett?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have a question in regards to this day off and how it affects our public safety employees. Would they be eligible for this as well?
Yes, sir. The way that it would go on page 2, bullet number 3, there would be a 60-day participation period for essential employees, which would begin December 1st, where at the discretion and in partnership with their manager, they would have the opportunity to coordinate their day off.
So they basically get their day off after the holidays.
Or before. In between December 1st and a 60-day period following that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll second the thing, but I don't know about this. But anyway, I'll second it.
All right.
22nd.
Right, you got, right. So we'll, motion to approve the Augusta Employee Mental Health Day 2021 on December 22nd. Voting.
Go ahead. That motion carries. We had a phantom voter.
All right, Ms. Bond, I think we have one more on our addendum.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 2.
Item number 2 is to approve and authorize the Augusta Convention Center Management LLC to expend $38,800 for the upgrade of the lighting system at the Augusta Convention Center.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. I know that we have Mr. Derek May here. If you have any questions, I think this is a pretty run-of-the-mill need. They have a lighting need over at the convention center, and it exceeds their authority to be able to actually approve the expenditure. And so they have brought before the committee and commission to have authorization to rectify an issue with the lights that, of course, helps us continue with the rise in convention activities and other activities over at the Marriott and Convention Center.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Administrator,
Yes, sir.
I approve this item, but my question is the contract up to date and signed with the T Center? Have y'all sat down, talked about it? The contract that we have with them, is it up to date?
Yes, to my knowledge, yeah, we haven't made any, there's no need for any additional adjustments at this time. And we actually just met and got our last report last week, I believe, maybe 2 weeks. Don't quote me on that, but yes, sir.
So it's up to date, the contract?
Yes. It is.
Okay, thank you.
You gonna vote?
Yes. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries with Mr. Hassan out.
Ms. Bond, I believe that's all for administrative service.
Yes, ma'am. Number 1. Oh, item
I'm
number
sorry.
1, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got one more. Item number 1.
To approve 3 additional employee incentive programs.
Is that Ms., our personnel director?
Good afternoon, commission and committee members. Back in July, I came to you with about 12 incentives, and you charged me to come back with 3. You said, narrow it down and let's see what you can do. I'm sorry. So I narrowed it down to 3 incentives that I thought would be, number one, easy and effective. And so these 3 incentives would be an employee appreciation week, where my department, the HR department, would do small tokens of appreciation for our employees. The second one is an employee fun day, where the HR department is partnering with Parks and Recreation to have activities for that day. We're looking at Diamond Lakes right now to have a series of activities that day for our employees. And finally is our Augusta Perks. We thought, the HR department thought, that this would be a great way to partner with local businesses in providing small discounts and discounts to our employees, with 10% here, 20% there. And we would have our Augusta Perks page where it would benefit our employees in the community. Any questions?
Ms. Rooker.
Yes, ma'am.
On the handout, it said that the Human Resource Department recommend adding 4 additional incentive programs.
It's 3.
It's 3.
Yes.
Okay. And so you need from us today to approve?
Yes, ma'am, to move it forward.
I'll move it
I have a
forward.
question.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Johnson?
I have a question. Is this going to require any additional monies?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Fran?
I'll second it. I just hope that on the employee fund day that the commission's involved and we do some kind of Dunkin' booth or something with somebody. You keep the commission engaged in that one.
The mayor volunteers.
Vote, Ms. Bonner. We got a first and a second.
Yes, ma'am, we got it.
Voting.
Mr. Fran, second. I did.
We got it. We got it.
Voting.
We're voting.
Yes. Catch up, catch up.
I don't know, babe. I just hope that the engineering people don't keep us too long.
We wait. Ms. Scott, yeah. Okay. That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, that's all for
I
administrative
believe so
service.
that is now, ma'am.
I'd like to call engineering services to order if Ms. Bonner is ready.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right. Before we get started, I would like to consent items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 if there are no objections.
5, 6, and 8.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. I guess I do get the vote on this one, right?
You do. That motion carries with Mr. Hassan out.
I blame my shenanigans on Ms. Bonner.
Sir?
Huh? All righty. I'd like to take item number 7 first.
Okay. Item number 7, discuss the lack of trash pickup and solutions for the future.
I believe we have our director here to speak towards that. And is it my understanding that there is a presentation to go along with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, we just got this done, so.
And this is Commissioner Franum's item, so I will let him. You don't remember this?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, the discussion was whether the service levels were improving and what we could do about that. So the Commission voted in September to reinstate liquidated damages for October. So I have a report regarding the complaints and the liquidated damages and what's happening in November as well. So these are the service requests we get through 311 and our app that's online. And so you can see 2021 has been a difficult year, obviously 2020 as well. And just to remind you, COVID, Great Resignation, supply chain issues for their vehicles, and we're experiencing them at the landfill as well. So we know that these things are affecting them. And then to remind you, there are 24 different categories for liquidated damages. And not to go into the details, but they are designed to encourage for service to occur the same day that it's scheduled, or if there's a service complaint, it is addressed within that day or early morning the next day. And if they do not do that, or they have repeat misses, the fines become exponentially more expensive. So they're designed to encourage them to get service every week. So these are the proposed damages for Orion / now Coastal. And again, these have not been audited by them. They just got these yesterday. So they can provide mitigating documentation that they did provide service, but at this point we haven't received that yet. So the damage total there is at the bottom. And then for waste management, it's the same thing. This is proposed. They have not seen the totals yet, or they saw them yesterday, excuse me. They have not provided mitigating documentation yet. So these could go down.
In what area of town does advanced disposal and waste management cover?
This is Zone 1, which is the more central part of downtown.
And West Augusta?
Yes, more West Augusta.
Okay.
Now, to put this in perspective, there were 21 service days in October, and they had 44 incomplete routes. So they had 2 incomplete routes every day was the average. But through 21 working days of November, they have only had 5.
So once we
November has been significantly better.
So once we reinstated the damages, they got.
Yes, sir. I would say this has been very effective strategy.
All right.
So what I would propose is to let us monitor November and give you another report in a month, because it takes about a month to get the full report done, and give this same thing and then talk strategy from there if that's acceptable to the commission.
Commissioner Franham, did you have any other questions?
No, I appreciate it. I think the numbers speak volumes, and to hear that November's a lot better, I'm glad to hear that they heard us, because the people definitely have been suffering, and I'm glad to hear this. So, and I just appreciate the report. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. There any other questions from the committee? If not, we will receive this information. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask the director to please send the clerk's office a copy of this report so that we can have it on file?
Excuse me.
Oh, Commissioner McKnight.
Okay. We will be bringing this back probably in January because we won't be here in a month. So January?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll see how December goes. I hope it's better than this number.
And Director, if you will make sure that the clerk has a copy of this.
Yes, sir. I'll do it right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. And
So we're receiving this information without objections, right, sir?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Do we need a vote, or can we move to item 1?
Without objection, we're good.
Huh? Who? Do you have a?
Item number 1.
Wait, hold on. Are you on the agenda for today?
Kind of yes and no. I had been talking with Ms. McKnight.
Yeah.
Well, were you? Did you ask to be placed on the agenda for this item?
Yeah, just for a couple of minutes.
No, well, she called in and wanted to speak to it without actually making a formal request to be on the agenda. So it would be considered an addition.
Yeah. I would suggest getting placed on the delegation portion for next week's. If you get with Ms. Bonner, she'll direct you on how to do that. All right. Item number 1.
Okay. Item 1 is a presentation by Mr. Richard E. Jones regarding work orders called for road maintenance and cleanup of location on the corner of Gordon Highway and Tubman Home Road.
Mr. Jones, how are you today?
Sad.
Okay. If we could get you to give your name and address for the record, and then
There's a reason for the sadness. I have to go up north for a burial of my last aunt.
I'm sorry to hear that.
My name is Richard Jones. I live at 2316 Tudor Drive, and I've come before this committee to ask the committee. First of all, let me say this. I believe Augusta can be the best city in the state for road surfaces. For road surfaces. I have at least 10 work orders called in with y'all see that on your attachment. And I've called in 2 more others, and I've discovered several others before I haven't called in yet. I believe the money allocated for road resurfacing projects of $5 million that you guys approved last week or so to the engineering department needs to be increased because the problems with our roads, especially the large manway covers or sewer drain covers, they're about an inch and a half deep. You hit them with your cars, the county vehicles hit them. Eventually, that's going to tear up the belts in the tires and also front end alignments on vehicles. I hit them all the time. You cannot swerve if you got cars in the other lane because you'll hit that car, okay? Or you're crossing the yellow lines. I am requesting that my projects that I've called in, and I did some follow-up on when some of them were called in and how long it's been, okay? You don't see those dates and times because I called the 311 office to get those dates that I called in. Jobs are not being done. It's kind of like too slow. And $5 million for road resurfacing is not enough for this big county and city. I'm suggesting that more money get approved to go towards the road resurfacing projects in Augusta. Mr. Malik, he did get a copy of this at one of the city forums that I attended with the administrator, and he had my list for probably 3 or more weeks now, okay? So I decided I would come before the full committee to let you guys know we have to get these roads taken care of, improved. There are some places where it has been done, and I mean done to perfection, okay? And once the road was dug up, like the one between Pendleton Park and Hurd Park, when they put that new hydrant in there in the drainage, the company that, or whoever y'all hired to do that, smoothed the road out perfectly fast when the job was completed. There's been places where they put the large plates of metal down. To me, it seemed like they prolonging the job when they should go ahead and get it done like they did on Olive Road. Or well, that would be Hurd Avenue then. Okay? So my 10 or 11 projects have been called in over a long period of time, and I'm requesting that monies get approved for them so that they can get it, the work can get started, and that in the future I will be calling in more because I go all over the city. I got some already in my mind for the 3200 block of Walton Way that I came across the other day. I just hadn't called them in yet. And also, the 311 administrator, she told me that the young lady that's kind of under her doesn't have the same web page where she could go in and check on the different jobs or dates when they were called in as the main administrator for 311. So there's a little gap there as far as being able to double check on the work orders. And I believe what's good for one part of the city is good for all parts of the city in this big county that we have. Any questions?
Well, thank you for coming forward, and I do have your list, and we've looked over some of these with our engineering director, and some of these are going to take, you know, an actual project to be put together to do just because of the surrounding work that needs to take place. One of the good things that we do have to work with now is the SPLOST 9 that was passed last year or earlier this year, which included a large portion of pavement and repaving projects that we can, you know, utilize to do some of this work. So as we start collecting money on that next year, I think you'll start seeing some of these projects actually start getting completed.
Now, going back, since you mentioned splash funds, I remember in one of these committee meetings when I came here in January or February, the commissioners said they had $74 million that y'all guys were sitting on, waiting to see what to do with the money. I see Mr. Johnson shaking his head no, but I remember the meeting because I was here. Okay,
we weren't meeting in January or February of this year here.
It was last year. It was last year before the pandemic hit. Okay, and if you had $74 million then, and you're still collecting splash money now, with the approvals, I think $5 million is a shortchanging the whole area.
I think we'll have to take a look back at that meeting to see what that $74 million conversation was actually about. A lot of times there's money that we do discuss here, but it has certain allocations that it has to go towards.
Well, it was put on, it was to be discussed later, if I'm remembering right. And where you guys went from there, I don't know.
I like the task our administrator was looking back to seeing in those notes, but other than that, I really can't speak towards that because I don't remember that conversation.
Okay. All in all, still, I ask you guys to approve more funds so that the engineer department can get the roads better.
That's a fight that we have every year during budget. I beat up my administrator, I think, just about every year asking for funding because it's not only this area of town, but including my district further south. You know, I have more roads probably than anywhere else in the district, and so it's
participating in his forums that he had was a good exercise that give the general public a chance to say,
absolutely,
we need this money to make Augusta have the best roads in the state.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Jones?
And my projects are all over the city. They're not just in one district.
I understand that. I just noticed not many of them are south.
I haven't ventured out to that area yet.
Come on, we'll take a ride.
It's coming.
All right.
It's coming.
All right. Mr. Jones, I appreciate you coming, and thank you for staying on this because it's your type of action that helps push to make sure that projects like this do get taken care of.
I'm going to give you, this is 2022 coming up.
Yes, sir.
I'll see if my list get done by 2023.
Okay.
Appropriate the money is what I'm asking.
All right. If there's no further action, we'll receive this as information.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. And if there is no further items, that is the conclusion of engineering.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready. You ready, Ms. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
You said yes, sir?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No.
If my colleagues would agree, I would like to consent item number 1, number 2, and item number 3. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Been moved in second. All in favor, please cast your vote.
Ms. Scott.
Did everybody vote?
It's unanimous.
Thank you. That concludes Finance Committee. Everybody Everybody have a great afternoon.